Anyways, alright, let's get into it. We're starting a little bit late because I am big dumb and had a lot of stuff going on that I did not manage my time on well. I also have no idea where we're at in this anymore. We might go back and talk to... What's their face? Oh, god damn it. We're gonna talk to our partner so I could see if we can figure out what's going on, but I kind of... Oh no. Excuse me. Oh, it's... Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's not out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. You know, we literally just started. This is the first thing anyone has said to us. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transfer. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Alright, the Dark investigation. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. I trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister. Yes, hi Emma. Welcome back. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Oh my god. After the case closed. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. Okay. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? I'm trying to do voices for them, kind of, but I'm not a very good voice actor, and also, I keep forgetting who's talking. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation while with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. Hi, Dit! Welcome in. Good evening. How are you doing? He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Nice. I hope the exam went well. Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. The Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? By being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. and that no one could stand in his way. She loves you a little hair flip and then say something that doesn't really have that much impact. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. Yeah, I mean, I figured we kind of established this. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I would love it if someone in this game could just talk like a person. Okay. Well, let's just head back to the law offices quickly and talk and see if we can figure out what's going on. Oh, okay, so you're actually not also going to be helpful for me. Fuck. Because she won't say what we have to do. Usually, like, when you come back here, the person will... Am I puzzling? Yeah. Oh god, there's a lot. We'll skip ahead of this because we've already seen this. Okay, let's look through our court record, see if there's anything interesting in here that we haven't really investigated properly yet. I mean... I don't know what's going on with any of this. Let's... Who's in the detention center? Got anything to say to us we haven't heard already? No. Presenting anything that you haven't seen before? Here's the prosecutors. Yeah, okay, fine. Lana, you're kind of the worst. Like, I know it's my job to help you, but I'd really rather not. Oh shit, hi Gumshoe. You're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files, I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Rob is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. Gotta be something we can do to make a detective change his mind. Okay, so I guess that's what we're supposed to be doing now? Oh, yeah. Duh. He'll be upset about this. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way, Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him to this far, or pushed him to this far? Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this for Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Gumshoe's ID has been tucked swiftly into our pocket. Sorry, my ears really itchy. Okay, let's see. Move to Chief's office. February 24th. Here goes, Mr. Wright. I don't really understand why a random person's ID card would allow them in, but sure. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's like, oh, there. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Oh, shit, hi. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Wait, why did we crush his card? Hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together. Yeah, Gumshoe's been a little sneaky, somehow. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. I have a bad feeling. Chief's office. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. No one using it now? No sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. A real strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. Jesus, he told him so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Let's see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. You guys are getting on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? He's right? What? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Oh, sad puppy dog eyes. Oh, baby. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Be careful what you say. Who knows, the Chief may be hiding this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. And even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Put it out, you just don't know how scary that guy can be. I mean, we're suspecting him in a murder. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If we were to drop that suit of armor from here. At first the Chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh, well, I mean, there's still a bunch of stained glass in there, but sure. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, Sutu, Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Yeah, SL9, I'm assuming. Yeah, duh. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, Detective, what did you say? I said I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. Maybe this one's a grower instead of a shower. Let's not judge. That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. List of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it, the Chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part's all I've got. Oh, so like... Oh. Okay. Sure. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of a sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no. Guys! Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. Like, did no one... I hate that we can't read the evidence list, but there was actually a photo on the back. Or not a photo, a drawing. A sketch. Also, why isn't this being kept with the rest of the files from the Joe Dart case? Alright, safe. Safe, isn't it? Safe. The word is ripe with intrigue. Okay. Say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it. Seven-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Hi, Steph! How's it going? How are you doing? You know what it is? I have a hunch. Can I have a birthday? It's... Better idea. It's Gant's ID number, right? Like that's what no one has said it. Everyone's been like, huh, I wonder whose ID is the 7777777 or whatever the fuck. But like, it's obviously Gant's. It has been obviously Gant's forever. I don't think we're supposed to necessarily maybe know that yet, but or be able to enter that. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? Nice. 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. Figured it out. Yes! What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Also, yes, I hope that your writing is going well. I've also been writing today. Okay. We're not gonna do too much of this, or actually it might last a while anyways, because this case will take a minute. But the reason why this stream is probably gonna be shorter than normal is because I decided last minute to change my topic for the next video. So I spent the whole day writing it, and after this is done, I need to go record it and edit it and upload it. So I might be pulling a bit of an all-nighter. We'll see. Hey, anyone care to look inside? Also, congrats on getting the first stuff. Is there any money in here? How much money does he have stashed away? Oh my god. Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. You know what? I will say, maybe don't use your ID number for this. This is a handprint, isn't it? Yeah, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. I think the chief made up the design? No, I don't think so. Oh. Well, it's just thought. He's so sad. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint and a broken shard from a cup. This is from the vase that we've already put together. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove there's something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to SL9? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Guys, he is very dumb. Can I show him the vase and be like, it's this thing? Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? Remember when the three of us put that back together? Ah, those were the days. Kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? I mean, this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. You're so dumb! Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Leave them be. Here, let me see that shard. Let me take a crack at it. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. I mean... yeah. What? Okay. Sure. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. And there's a smudged fingerprint thing on it. Red line. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? I mean, it would suggest, like... I don't actually know what that would suggest. That someone, like, with blood on their hand reached up and grabbed it, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, with the piece of leather... match up with this, maybe? If Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Okay, so I guess that wasn't the piece that's relevant on the leather handprint thing. Oh, yeah, duh. Use this on the leather thing. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. I know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints? Great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints that we wanted to take. Uh-huh. Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Where's your sense of humor? Okay. I will say, I don't think this is how fingerprints work, because they rely on, like, being able to fingerprint relies on being able to connect with the oils that were left behind, right? If they're visible fingerprints, they would presumably, like, the oils would have been absorbed into the leather. Although, fun fact, I remember this from, like, an old book I read when I was a kid, about solving crimes. If you really want to be an asshole and identify two bags as being, like, two leather items, the skin patterns on them are also distinctive enough that you can at least try, like, if it's real leather, you can try and make that connection. Because they'll have, like, a, you know, similar pattern, you can use them like a fingerprint. They're distinct enough, although not nearly distinct enough to be conclusive in and of itself, necessarily. I don't know. Either way, this, I don't think this is how, also, I don't know if this is leather. I'm told a million times. Let's get this over with. That one's too smudged. Give my best shot. Won't be any good for matching prints. Try a different finger then. Oh, this might actually work. Come on. How much more of this fingerprint do you need to be able to see? There we go. Emma. What is your fingerprint doing on this fabric? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Evidence of something, but what? There's Emma Sky's prints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Hi, Gant. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. I mean, yeah, this is what you expected. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You, with this, or the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Please tell me we don't leave Emma. We just... What? Phoenix. Phoenix! Why are you like this? I need you to be less dumb. This is why bad things keep happening to the people around you. You're very stupid and don't really care about them all that much, it seems like. Anyways, look, pal. I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, Chief's office is out of limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Man got so used to failing upwards, he didn't even know what it was like to fail down. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding his... We didn't really inspect the office very much, honestly. I'm finally starting to get to the picture, but why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. Bitch, your job is done. You are the most fired. Also, you're very dumb. After that, she said... Or I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Finally! I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Oh shit! Hi, Sleet! Welcome in, thank you for the bits! How are you doing? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Oh god, that broke the stream a little bit. Hold on. Or didn't break the stream, it broke my dashboard. God damn it, Twitch, develop a working system, please. Wellness guy? Girl, you're sitting in a chair. I'm doing well. I spent the day working on writing out a video, anxiously waiting by the phone to see if a job prospect would work out for me, which... something has changed. I have not yet heard back. Yeah, no. Yeah, writing a video and now having a good time streaming. It's been a pretty good day. Also, thank you for the hydration check, Dits. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Damon Gant, we were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. I did not say that word. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a chief, or in the... Yeah, we found a shard of porcelain in the chief. He's been having a real rough day of it. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. What did you do? Although I can't tell you the details, I can say I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. A murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? Excuse me, no. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in it, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Why? Like, you're just like, I don't know, fuck it. I'll just stick a different, like, no, couldn't just decide to hide the knife. You were like, okay, also hid the knife terribly. Anywhere else could have worked better. But, like, then you're also like, I don't know, I'll just stick a different knife in there anyways. That would be Edgeworth's knife, right? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. Okay, that's not how stabbing works. You should not be cutting your own hand while stabbing someone. Whatever. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. Thank you for another 100 bits, Sleet. I very much so appreciate it. We're celebrating the discovery of evidence from this witness or from this defendant who has been a very bad defendant and completely unhelpful 99% of the time. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Like, what a convoluted ass way of getting to this point. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be reopened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day about that. Or with that, whatever. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe? Right. Then I called my sister. to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. Okay, so my theory about this was wrong. But in a way that I think is excusable by the fact that this is very dumb. In a good way, but still dumb. He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. I do really love that she keeps turning around and facing backwards when she looks like she's sitting in a chair. Like, imagine you're doing like the youth counselor or youth pastor, like, flip the chair around, sitting down and being like, let me tell you about somebody else who was persecuted for the crimes he didn't commit. No, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. I think that I can't remember what Emma's told us about the crime scene in terms of like what she saw, but I wonder if what's going to happen is that the handprint being on that brown fabric, if that was originally on Marshall's, like part of Marshall's jacket, whatever, and it got cut off or something, so that it could be hidden, but it was a handprint of her. She pushed him. He fell onto the spear that the suit of armor is carrying. And then somehow that other guy just, like, the killer coincidentally managed to run into that room, and they were like, I guess it was him. He did it. He's the killer. Because I'm baffled as to what else might be going on here. None of it seems to make any sense. And then they just stuck that knife back, like, they stuck the second knife in him and broke off the tip, and we're like, yep, this is now the murder weapon. Rising from the ashes. Alright. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. I'll say I'm not the only one who's figured it out either. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. And that's why I came here. Just hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. Huh? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Fuck. I'm bad at words. February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. I like how much they've gotten a lot of mileage out of that one piece of art. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Huh? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Sure, why not? Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough in my, or as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Just execute Lana Skye on the spot. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. She's just gonna confess. Like, she's been coerced into a confession that she's going to make on the stand right now. And we're gonna have to poke holes in the confession. What's all this about, defendant? Also, the police chief doesn't just get to be like, by the way, I'm calling a witness on behalf of the prosecution. I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? What? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Oh god. It has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Yeah, if you're the judge in this situation, you clearly have to be like, something is clearly wrong here. No, you don't get to do that. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This cannot be happening. Edgeworth is going to object now. It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... Objection! Yeah, there we go. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you keep your good little... Or why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? So whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Who's saying hold it? Oh, Lana. Oh, I guess they didn't bother to give her a hold it line. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue... I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. Okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Or that's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my word. Like, he's threatening a prosecuting attorney in a court of law. What? Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. It's been like, what, 5 months since Edgeworth was an insane person who was just making up evidence to suit his needs at all times, and now he's like, actually, fuck it, I'm a defendant now, or I'm a defense attorney now. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Oh my gosh, the truth. Alright, 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? Also, wait, didn't we establish that he was stabbed in the back, or am I losing my mind here? Yeah, Neil's autopsy report. He was very much so stabbed in the back. No one was stabbed in the chest. Or if they were also stabbed again in the back, I guess. That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Great, well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Alright, 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office. Man came running in, took me hostage, Marshall rescued me, never forgot what I saw. Stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. No, that's wrong. The witness's statement is clearly faulty. What? The what? Yes, it absolutely is. She said he was stabbed in the back. This says that he was stabbed in the chest. Or no, she said that he was stabbed in the chest. This says he was stabbed in the back. That is clearly faulty. Am I on the wrong track? Okay, no, I'm not. Like, this is a contradiction. This is the most annoying part of these games, where I'll be like, actually, no, that is the wrong piece of evidence. That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. Pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. I was waiting in my sister's office. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out. Lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Oh, the jug noticing something. Right, but just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard more, or heard enough? No, I want to talk about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Okay, also, we are going to save at this point just because, like, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to present the picture to her. Although, it's not really a contradiction, it just is the image. Okay, the music went out, which means it was the right choice. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn up? What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, 2 men appear to be wrestling here. Yeah, wrestling. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Scandal. I mean, everyone's been like, weird, there was only half as much evidence as normal. And also, this piece of paper with the evidence is clearly ripped in half. Surely, we don't need to look into that any further. Order, order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half... Give her the lurk, Steph. Then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Did no one look at... Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Did no one look at the other side of the... So not only... Does no one ever turn over a piece of fucking paper? His attorney brings the worst people we have done last... Yeah. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible it's... This is a 2-year-old piece of paper that you have known about for 2 years. Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Yeah, Edgeworth is clearly about to have a stroke. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's the thing. What the fuck? That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Except, no, it's clearly the... It's a coincidence, isn't it? It's gonna be this thing. This thing Missing one handle. But wait, maybe it's too much. Because I'm assuming that this is it falling over, but never mind, that might not work. Look. Maybe it is that thing, but I don't get why it would be there. This act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Oh wait, no, never mind, duh, that's the argument, is that like somebody else was just sketching on this thing. I don't know. This whole thing is dumb. Evidence is restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Alright, Emma's picture. I think I was maybe barking up the wrong tree with the vase, but I thought it was like the vase falling, that's why she drew it. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Oh yeah, so they're just not part of the same thing. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Yeah, it just doesn't mean that she actually saw the murder. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Does it? It just shows 2 stick figures. Also, ugh, this fucking game. This is the picture. Also, we're gonna... I think I saved over the wrong thing before. Yeah, I did. I usually like to save that one as like the main thing. Whatever. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, or you might find somebody to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. You draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Luana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, memory should have still been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell us all why this picture is painted in all black? The flash of lightning is so bright all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? The dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation is understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Like, what I'm concerned about is that there could be a couple of things that are wrong with the picture. Like, it doesn't really look like the right knife. The blade or whatever this bit is like really wide and also is drawn like a flat line. So, I don't know, like that might just also be that it's a child's drawing. Hmm. She runs the same. I feel like I'm losing my mind looking at this. Okay, the contradiction. Where else could there have been a contradiction? I mean, the contradiction to me is again this. She says he was stabbed in the chest, but he was stabbed in the back. I want to press her about it again, because I feel like I'm missing something here. Yeah. I wasn't influenced by the detectives, I know that. Which part of this is the contradiction? Okay, let me just... Because we get to see the actual scene in one of these, and I want to be able to look at that. Like, one of these shows the full thing. Hold on. Do we know what Joe Dark actually looked like? I feel like we've seen him before, and it doesn't look like his... I mean, it looks like Gant's hair, if we're being really real. Wait. It actually doesn't look like Gant either. Who does that look like? I'm probably overthinking that bit. It probably just is him. It's just weird that it has his face, like, blurred out and not down here. Wait. That's supposed to... Like, I feel like this is going to be like a perspective thing. Like, that's not what that's supposed to look like. Also, it looks like both of those were drawn by the same people, but that might just be... I don't know. Okay, what was the... Like, there's no... He's not wearing rubber gloves here, is he? I mean, what could be in the photo that isn't being mentioned here? Oh, well, doesn't really matter. Their handprint on the leather belongs to Emma, keeping this information to myself. I feel like the fact that they keep saying, like, it doesn't, like... Like, this armor here is making me... Like, the fact that it's literally glowing makes it feel like it's meant to specifically stand out in this photo. And it's possible that he got stabbed... I mean, it says he got stabbed in the back and this broke off. But I don't know, because that spear is still in one piece in the present day. Like, I know there's issues. It's just it's not about recognizing that there's a problem, it's recognizing which piece of evidence is going to be accepted. So that's when the lightning flash happened. And I'm not glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning? Something here is the issue. You know, we're gonna save here, we're gonna test a few. Because at this point, I'm annoyed because I already took a hit from one where I was objectively correct because it did disprove something, but... Nope. Wrong one. God damn it. Maybe the knife? I hate having any choice. Oh my god, hi VCK, you're watching me be fucking dumb and bad at things. That must have fainted. Wait, that wasn't what I meant to do. I'm sorry. No. Yes, hi VCK, how you doing? How's your day going? Okay. Yes, we've already seen this one. All I could see were shadows. So you don't know who killed who. Or, like, you don't know who was on, like, who was fighting in what position there or whatever. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Like, God, I'm so dumb. Okay, what does he say specifically if we get it wrong? That's strange. She claims it's exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. But where? Did she faint because the jar fell on her head when she got tossed over? Is that what it's gonna be? What is happening here? What am I supposed to be doing? Because we already checked these two. Yeah, it's not that. What is it? God, I'm too dumb for this. Oh, okay, now it's this. I thought this wasn't relevant because literally earlier it didn't allow me to say like, hey, she says that they were stabbed in the chest, but this says it was the whatever. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright. Excuse me. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this photo contradicts the autopsy report? I am worried about that, actually. I'm so wrong. A contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is... Oh, okay. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Knife shouldn't have been broken yet. Okay, so that was supposed to be an indication that the knife was broken and not just the fact this was drawn by like a, what, 14-year-old? I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? Because the knife tip should not have been broken off when she was there. It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, the murder weapon should not yet have been broken. Okay, so this is where we're going with this. Oh, wait. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Then how did the tip end up in there? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. He's like, the knife was broken in an unrelated incident, but he brought it to a murder and hammered it into his back. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. I hate myself. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Wait, so the theory is that he was stabbed by something else and then I mean, I guess that's what they did with Lana. Order, order, order! Are you really saying the investigation was... Or are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. Okay, so I guess it could have still been the knife that was... Oh. Okay, so someone else killed Marshall. And then they took his knife, maybe? And used that to... I don't know anymore. This all makes... I'm curious questioning. Joe Dark fled the room. Because this would require too many people to be part of this to, like, have it be fully fake. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, there's no other way around it. This could not have actually been the real murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. Okay, so it is going to be the one from the trophy. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Excuse me. Also, that's a really, you know, like a really specific detail to remember about that situation. It doesn't help that, like, the photo that they show us of it happening doesn't have the knife tip broken, because that was kind of why I thought it must, like, why I must be wrong about it, you know? Because the photo that it shows not the drawing of it, but the photo shows that the knife is intact. Which feels like a weird thing to do. Like, to show that photo, but also have the drawing that shows a contradiction. I don't know. So, right. I'm overthinking this because I'm trying to cope. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here is the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. I hope someone's, like, got an eye on Gant, because I'm assuming that at this point he's maybe a little bit nervous. Order, order, order! Now Marshall was awarded this. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. Yeah, if we assume that the murder happened right after Emma, like, it's instantly after the lightning, but presumably there was more of a scuffle for it, or something else happened. I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I mean, yeah, did you not... What is happening here? Why? The prosecutor was the one who actually died. It's gonna turn out he did it. That actually, all along, they've been covering for Joe Dark. That's true. What's going on here? Same. Why are you acting smug as if anything makes sense here? Seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Who's... Wait, I remember now. Oh my god, of course. I remember everything. Witness. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? Is the list the one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. Okay, so it is. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Yeah, obviously. That would be really stupid. And all this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep. Can we not listen to this music? Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, now the blue badger? It isn't the blue... There's no way it's the blue badger. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was a flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Uh-huh. This is certainly most unusual. Push the one with the knife. She pushed him into the statue. That's what actually killed him. Not impossible. Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. Too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter, are we? Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. So she killed Marshall. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. I was even, like, up in the air sideways. But there's the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Brother, just when you thought that they had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with the winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. The thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw in that lightning flash? Who is this blue badger? Please let it just be the statue. Hadn't even been dreamed up when Emma saw this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there is indeed something that looks similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. I mean, it has to be this. Please, let me be right about this. Okay, thank God. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them from the correct angle to look at this from. Oh, fuck! That wasn't the button I meant to press. Allow me to grind. Yes. I hate how the controls of this could change. Please let that be correct. This isn't right. Okay. Shut up! Oh, I bet I just had it, like, backwards. It wasn't supposed to be that side. It was supposed to be the... Hold on. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. The problem with this is that I would rather die than listen to this music anymore, but that doesn't help because I'm bad at this. Like, is it just... No, that can't be right. Oh. Fuck! Okay, I hate the controls for this because the fucking buttons are not where I expect, like... Q and R are the right and left. Okay, thank God. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No, it can't be. This is so dumb. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of this crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The question is, how was it positioned when she saw it, I guess is the question. Like, where is she saying she saw it? 'Cause it seems like that's like the flash of lightning she saw. Is the argument that she got clobbered by it, is that what we're supposed to, like... Or, like, yeah, that it fell on top of her head? That's what all the red is? Well, no, she didn't have injuries, did she? Like, if there was a bunch of blood, then it would be from her. Because the location would change. It's in that same office. Murderer? Thank you for the hydration check, Dits. I do feel like I'm kind of losing my mind here trying to figure out what exactly is like the... Oh, thank you for the jacket redeem. I was wondering how long it would take somebody. I mean... The murderer is Emma, I think, is kind of the conclusion we're driving towards. Because the murder weapon, like this... Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where... The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. Oh, so it's the location of the murder. I'm stupid. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is those two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Also, because that's where the window was, duh. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Does she also... Oh, she does also have a window. Okay, fair enough. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. You know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Dude, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. Yeah, so it was Emma. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The spear, yeah. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Okay, so this is... okay. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright? I mean, thankfully, it's been... the statute of limitations on the Joe Dark case is over. So she can't be tried for it, but she does have to live with the fact that she probably murdered this guy. What's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Yeah. Yeah. You mean... Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh. Bud. Who fell? I'm assuming it was Emma, but I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Also, what is happening? Oh god. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try and pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? This is a court of law, we don't need to do that. I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Yeah, except for all the bits where we've had a spirit medium come in to save the day, but sure. This has to be this has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. That fucking forehead tap thing. Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. Huh? I mean, there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. And obviously he would have left it behind somewhere. But I'm assuming... I mean, on the shards, I guess. Although, it'd be pretty hard for him to, like, pick up any of them. Right? But I can see where you would get an E-M... yeah. I mean, it's gotta be this. Because they drew specific attention to the fact there was that one line. His message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Sister... Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Huh? Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it might be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that contains the message from the deceased. I mean, the piece of cloth just contains the handprint. He didn't... There's no message in that. It has to have been on this. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is... I mean, you can see that's clearly an M. This is some fucking 11037 shit where you're like, the M, that is the most M. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Also, yeah, why would you just, like, erase the lines but not the dots? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. I don't think that's how that works. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points and the victim's message will become apparent. No. No. Oh no. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. Only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. And it isn't Joe. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I guess that's... Thoughts and prayers, Emma. Plus side, statute of limitations is out, so you're good. You're safe, you're fine. Don't worry about it too much, girlie. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. So dumb. I love it, but it is very dumb. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Okay, because I thought that we were going to figure out, like, Gant. Like, I think I said it probably at one point a while ago. Like, in a past stream. I thought that Gant was the actual killer here, and I couldn't really... I don't know. I guess I was having trouble figuring out why I don't know. All of it seemed weird. And I was wondering how I was going to connect back to him, but I still am lost. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. You understand the implications of what you've done. What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. innocent of the one murder, but we don't actually know about... oh, no, never mind. I guess that probably means that he didn't... To be fair, that does mean Emma saved an innocent man from being murdered by Neil Marshall. So... even though Neil Marshall... like, Marshall was clearly gonna stab him. So... anyways, not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. There was no proof connecting him to the other 5 cases. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death. It's no light matter. Except we seem to do it... okay, no, you don't get to say that it's not a light matter when the entire criminal justice system of this California only allows for a death penalty case to be tried in 3 days. And like 3 days after someone is arrested. Like, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? I don't know. How can you just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! Seriously, why is the peanut gallery chiming in all the time? The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. I mean, yeah, we'll save our progress up to this point, but like, Jesus Christ. Alright, let's see here. What? I don't know what to predict what's about to happen here. Someone's about to get in more trouble than they currently are, but I don't really know who. Like... it was... what's the fucking... the old line, like... it was fucking one he is. Someone here did something they shouldn't have, but I'm not really sure who's gonna end up getting executed over it. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Bye. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty, and to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Taking Lana's having you run errands again? I'll tell you, this was the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Baby's evidence. What? Evidence law? Edgeworth was just talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Also insane. It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. You just need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Okay, can we read the book quickly? Is it gonna let us? It's literally just this. We don't have to read it thoroughly. It is, what, 2 sentences. Unregistered evidence must be presented must be relevant to the case on trial. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Because you were bad at observing things, which makes me again concerned about why you have this job. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Why are you looking so smug about it? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Huh? She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? Yeah, everyone's kind of forgetting. We're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Alright, 12:52. We're getting very specific with the times here. I'm gonna save again here. Just to make sure. Wait. What did that say? Oh, just still final day. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Why is the defense not allowed to call witnesses? Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Like, we're just doing whatever. And it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. I do genuinely find it insane that the defense apparently isn't allowed to have witnesses in a normal trial. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Not her. Not him. I mean, it'd be a real shocker. Also a real shocker. Lana obviously did not do it. Mike Meekins could barely find his way to the building, let alone to commit the murder. It's very clearly Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant at the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. I mean, I will say, it doesn't help his case that they've given him a villain's, like, his theme is a little bit villainous. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Alrighto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, Either you're very brave, or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Why? Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Or don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, hi, Solaris Rose, how you doing? How is everyone? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for coming in. Hold on, I'll do my shoutouts. You got here at a great time. We're just about to... I don't know what's gonna happen. Things are certainly happening. How was Fortnite? How are the games? Oh God, I have re-downloaded it because I'm gonna be part of a tournament thing where we have to like race to complete a bunch of different games or win a bunch of different games, and Fortnite is one of them, and I am gonna have to learn how to play it again. I'm terrified. But I hope the games went well. I hope you're having a good day. Also, yes, welcome in everybody. If you don't know, my name is Vivros. I am a variety streamer who does a whole bunch of stuff, as well as make video essays over on YouTube. Typically about Overwatch, but kind of about everything. I was gonna play with a friend. Nice. I'm glad the games went well. Also, if you are tired, don't forget to take some rest, get some food, get some water, all that stuff. I'm doing good. I spent the day working on the video actually that I'm going to be putting out tomorrow, which is exactly 5,999 words long, as it turns out, because I changed my topic last minute. And so once this is done, I will be caffeinating and I will be rushing to get it all done after. And then, yeah, other than that, it's been a really good day. We're trying to figure out this trial. I've had no idea what's been going on for the last, like, 2 hours. But I'm having an excellent time being confused. I'm being very bad at trying to come up with a convincing voice for any of these characters. Yes, on that incident. Anyways, as I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Bow, bow, bow. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Oh yes, we have accused like a 14-year-old girl of a murder. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. Oh, okay. Sure, why not? He's got a little bit of a concussion. He just fell over a little bit. He's fine. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Alright, SL9 incident. Okay. Okay, as I recall, Neil and I were questioning that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up that power outage and helped. Went to my office, found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Fossil. How's it going? How are you doing? How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. Also, congrats on getting second Fossil. I need to remind people more those are things. I feel like I don't really draw too much attention to it because I feel weird about it. But then I'm also like, if I don't tell people about it, they won't know it's there. Good. I'm glad to hear it. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? That is not the right way to put it. Yes. Anyway. You should threaten people? I should. Alright, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That doesn't... So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. can understand how Lana must have felt. So you are, oh my god, hi Willow! Willow, I can't believe it. You're confessing to forging evidence in this case from 2 years ago. How are you doing? How's your evening going? Alright, how is that really how it went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. Maybe I just think he's handsome. Leave me alone. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay. Halberd was removed at Gant's behest. Yeah, so this is it. It has to be the trophy, because he was the one who made the decision to have that removed, right? Actually, let me just... You know what, I'll be your defense attorney. I will save you from death row, Willow, I promise. If nothing else, I will make up evidence, because apparently we're allowed to just do that. Anyways, I think it has to be this. Nope, wrong thing. He clearly played a role in the forgery because he covered it up that. I'm so mad. I've decided that my rule with this is that if it's something that I genuinely got wrong, because I'm, like, that isn't a contradiction, then I'll take the hit. If the game is literally just like, oh yes, that isn't a contradiction, but I'm just gonna leave alone. Your office? Tell us what you saw. It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Or Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Me neither. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So how would she have known to go to the office? Okay, long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. It's an elevator! It'll tell you what floor it's... Guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Okay, I think this is the last thing we haven't confronted. Oh, no, we have confronted about this. There's one that we missed here. I don't think we haven't pressed him on everything. Apparently she'd already arranged the crime scene. I think we did ask about this already. How can you know that? The body was already moved. Yeah. Okay, so this is the one that we've already seen. It's the environment that really stabbed the prosecutor. Let me just... Because this is something that he tampered with. and it was in Chief Gant's safe. Okay, thank God it is right. You really had nothing to do with the forgery. And how do you explain this? What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. My parents went to Burger King at 10 p.m. I don't know. Sometimes you just have a real need for a mediocre burger. Huh? My dear Righto. Don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Law. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, Deji. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Like, okay, if I was actually in Wright's shoes, what I would argue is, like, clearly whatever happened in SL9 is relevant to this case, therefore anything that helps us get to the bottom of SL9 and Gant's involvement in it is also relevant to this case. But I guess we're not doing that. Certainly a way of doing things. We're supposed to use the book? I mean, you claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. This list on a sky drew a picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was also found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a role or a part in the illegal investigation. Wow, I did not deliver that right. You know what? It's fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney you may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Admitting that prosecutors do, but sure. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is... well, you know. Alright, Uji. In return, though. I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Wow, that was not the right read for that either. I'm not doing good with this. I don't understand the cadence of sentences, apparently. Well, I know you could have planted them in my office. Alright. Like, why can't we look at the evidence list and see what was hidden from them? The photo demonstrates that the jar was not broken before. Like, this is the award ceremony. It was the same day. Earlier that day, this thing was intact, and then later, it was broken. We do know that about it, which means that it had to have been broken on that day. Yeah, exactly. Really, Chief Ken? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That, in itself, is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little bit. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger. You might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means only one possible motivation for you to commit the forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. I mean, yeah, he did it so that he could have leverage over Lana. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Who were you fucking raised by? Richard Nixon? You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Sorry, I just can't be back. No worries. Whoa, Isuke, how are you doing? Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Genshin appreciating my husband. Who's the husband of the month? I don't keep up with Genshin closely enough to be aware of that for sure. You might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright. It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana, obviously. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. And that reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigation. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? It's the same trial. We have been going in this trial for a while. I mean, this is literally day 3 of the trial, and we've already been going for 2 hours of it. We haven't even really been doing, like, investigation beforehand. It's been just pretty much the trial, and it's taking some time. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet, as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I have done such a thing? Lana... She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. I mean, I'm glad someone's saying it. I'm just kind of annoyed that it can't be me. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? How is this surprising to you that we've gotten to this point? I mean, I guess he's very dumb. But still. Order, order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Sometimes I kind of forget that the average person who's playing this game is not going to be as critical of cops. I might actually find it scandalous to accuse a high-ranking police officer of doing a bad thing. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. Huh? There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Oh, duh. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? This feels like we're kind of moving fast on a very relatively minor amount of evidence. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Oh my god, he's getting angry. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? Look at the eyebrow twitch. And what about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. I don't know if it's to determine anything. I think we're kind of just dicking around. Everyone's just clocking in some overtime hours at this point. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Let me just see. I think it's this. Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Yeah. Dick? Yes, that's his name. But how am I forgetting it? Dick Gumshoe. Because he's a detective. And Dick is shorthand for a detective. From, like, the fucking 60s, I think. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. Dick Gumshoe. I think perhaps you're hearing... There's some selective hearing going on here. Brain is short-circuiting after you hear the word dick. I'm so terribly sorry, BCK. And what happens to the best of us? Detective Dick make you sick. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. He would have had to have given that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. Dick and BCK, yes. Priorities. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then the middle of catching her, just being a gremlin. I mean, you don't need to tell me that you're being a gremlin if you're in the middle of Genshin. That's already implied from the first half of the sentence. You accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Am I wrong? Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yeah. Or yes. Now that you mention it, I believe something like that could have happened. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, Jesus. I will say, we could maybe infer a thing or two, like, it reminded me of those, what is it, those interrogation, the, like, crime scene interrogation analysis videos you see on YouTube sometimes. What's the name of the one that, like, we're all like, in this moment, the interrogators are doing, or they're using the see if he confesses to murder technique. You can just imagine someone, like, cutting in and being like, in this moment, we see that the witness has fallen into a trap. Chief Gant, you didn't... The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, where no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you just think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Yeah, it's the screwdriver. It has nothing to do with this case, but he used it so he could bring Edgeworth. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? Screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. He was asked to bring it so he could bring his car there. Then Edgeworth would drive back with the car and the body in it. Or he would drive the car that Gant had stuffed the body into back to the prosecutor's office for Lana to pick it up. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. I mean, yeah, obviously. It's more a question of how he got to the car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Why are you taking their side? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. It's like 1 p.m. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? I would have evidence that he was involved. I mean, the problem is I don't think we can find the call, or it didn't say that we could find the call history from before that, did it? I remember the last person. Last call was to Emma. I mean, surely you would be able to find more, right? Like, you'd be able to look back at more than the most recent one. I just found it all. Page 21. This is February 21st. I'm done. Can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Just saved. Helps at all. The question is specifically his involvement. That he killed him. Where's the he killed him? Knife attached, has many known victims. I still don't really get what this, like, grease stain on the handle is. Like, I don't know why we've never dusted this for prints or anything, because it seems like they're there. This proves he was involved in the cover-up to some degree. As is this. Let's just prove setting. This is about Neil dying. SL9 incident files. I don't think that does. The rubber glove. Did we ever really figure out if this mattered? More evidence from that incident. I'm assuming this is gonna be like proof that he couldn't have. Yeah, like there's nothing is indicating here. Like this is how he avoided having any fingerprints on anything. Like conclusively proves it a single piece of evidence. That's not. Like that proves that the murder happened in there probably, but it doesn't prove that he did it. Unless. Well, because, okay, the thing is, if the murder happened at 4:20, why didn't Edgeworth notice the pool of blood that was apparently already there? Like, at what point did that happen? Because it seems like at 4:50, I don't even know. I'm getting confused by this. Like, did nobody notice a pool of blood there? God, I'm so dumb. I'm so sorry. Yeah, we already know this. I should save. I think it might have to be the knife. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough. Okay, I'll let you be the judge, but I am the judge. What do you think, Your Honor? I think this is wrong. I think he's gonna be late for lunch. Okay, let me save here so that I don't completely burn out all my chances. Say it again. Current Chief of Police will not tolerate accusations against him without proof. Like, what would have been the proof of the murder specifically? Is it the phone call that she made to Lana? No. I don't think, anyways. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. I lied earlier when I said I was going to have a standard of proof for when I wouldn't do that. Because I think that a bunch of these things should be able to prove that he played a role at least, but... Like, this wasn't the murder weapon. What Lana has told us is that this isn't. That it was... this knife. Oh yeah, the glove was just there to keep the locker door open, that's right. I'm losing my mind. Like, there has to have been something else, but what was it? This doesn't prove that he did it. I don't think we have a piece of evidence that proves directly that he did it right now, do we? Like, we have a lot of shit that clearly ties him to it, and explains why he would do it, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe I'm supposed to say that he didn't. Or that we don't have it. The fact that this was found at the prosecutor's office. God, I feel like I've been on this for like 10 minutes and I'm just staring at it and I don't know what to do anymore. My brain is fried. What else? Just like... What else ties Gant? I mean... You know what? Well, let's see what happens if we just say we don't have the evidence. Because honestly, at this point, it kind of feels like that's where we're at. I have no proof yet. You're showing evidence I'm not sure of. See, Yaji? In that case, the court is forced to penalize you. Okay. I think this is not what we were supposed to do. On you earlier, front... Flop. Oh. Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Oh, wait. Maybe this was what we were supposed to do. Actually, never mind. I'm dumb. We should have skipped over all that dialogue. I thought that this was going to be us just, like, skipping to an instant guilty verdict. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial, and we haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. The Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. He's also not a lady, so... There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. I mean... Yeah, Lana can. Does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth... Lana Sky. Okay, so this is the way I feel about this. I am stupid. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task was to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. See, I think the problem is that kind of everyone hates Gant, it seems like. Like, he seems like he's kind of an asshole who keeps on scaring people and fucking things up for them. So, he doesn't really have an ally. The court is in recess. Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. He's threatening a witness in the court. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Problem with that is that I think we've established that the statute of limitations has already passed. Isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Also, no, she wouldn't be found guilty of murder. At most, it'd be involuntary manslaughter because she thought that she was protecting, like it was an accident. She didn't. There's no premeditation involved in any of it. Just something to think about. All right then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, fuck off, Gant. You're annoying. I feel like you're also the only character I've figured out what the voice is supposed to sound like. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Also, you're not allowed to object, Gant. You're not a lawyer. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. Wow, we've been in there for 2 hours. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Or, thanks to your help... AI. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe! Not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean, Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Thank you for acknowledging that. Calm down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too. Oh my god, hi, Emma. Emma, are you okay? Oh, upbeat music? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Leaves? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Go right. It's time to end this. To be continued. Oh my goodness. Ba-da. Wait, sorry, what is happening here? Yeah. Okay. Yes, let's save our progress up to this point. This was supposed to be a short stream, and it is turning out to be just a normal length stream. I thought we'd go for like 2 hours because I figured, hey, we're in the final day of this trial. It can't possibly last that long. I will accept responsibility for the fact that I am very dumb, and I probably made this take longer than it needed to. I'm gonna make myself tacos after this, and they're gonna be delicious. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? I haven't really eaten anything today, I'm realizing, again. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Who is directing any of this? Everything hinges on your testimony. The only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, there's no time to start second-guessing myself. I love the idea of him being like, last minute, you know what? I was wrong about it all. Like, everyone is clearly... The prosecution is on the same side as the defense here, and everyone's kind of just like, I don't know. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Yeah, and why was it in the locker? Or in the safe? Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. And that's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying. It looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. She's lying. She's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I think we already asked about this. Did you sort of help your sister? That was the one we already asked about. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Maya. Or Mia, whatever. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail thing. So you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Yeah, he was still up there when you were supposed to have gotten there. Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. I'll just protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright, even you should be able to figure it out. Okay, well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes. And leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did. Let's ask about moving the body. Yeah, we've already been through this. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. I mean, yeah, the jar still had to be intact enough for him to write the message on it. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. How is that wrong? I hate you, Judge. Try a Hail Mary on this one. Yeah, I'm gonna say so. I don't care anymore. Navigate the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Like... I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Because I think we did press her on this. What did she say specifically? Alright, the wretched jar felt it was more expedient to move the body. Is it just that we have to present... Hold on. Is it just that we have to present the vase to her, or the jar on this one? Oh, okay, it is. I'm stupid. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? darken my testimony? One sec. Okay, ready. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? Simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. She's pissed. Jar and the message in blood. Alright, let's see here. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. And the fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about before wiping them clean before they were discovered. Like, why? You were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. But you wouldn't have known that the message existed if it was already broken. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Why? So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. Not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care. Still, she's not doing this the right way. Now I figure out the contradictions. There's one final possibility might turn everything around. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Mana, you do that for me? Seems you two might be able to make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. There was one that's out of line. How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. I want to be able to point to the fact that there is one piece of this thing that had a straight line on it. She clearly didn't get all of it. Oh shit, was that actually right? Miss Sky, I believe this truth conceals it, or this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified. She gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of him. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. And hid one piece from her. And staged the whole thing, I guess. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. I may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Oh, can you believe that? Yes. Also, you shouldn't be a judge. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When his witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, wasn't everyone in the dark? Is that? Yeah. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Why is he on trial here? What? No, I can't. Why am I... Like, who... What trial is this? Who is on trial here? Wait, I'm not the one on trial... Okay. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became Chief's puppet. Oh wow. Biting her thumb so hard it actually bleeds. That's a little terrifying. No, I did it on my own. Sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't! It wasn't you, Emma! You didn't kill anyone! Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Are you kidding me? Literally every other person in this room is found to have fabricated evidence who works in any office except for mine. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe Wright after all. What do you mean, Wright? Do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Is it, though? Actual crime scene. Okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. She gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to recall it. I should have inspected this probably a little more. Oh, okay, yeah, we could have maybe looked at this. Hey, there's a picture here. Yeah, that's on me. I'll take it. Oh. Oh my. And the chunk of his jacket had already been cut out with her handprint. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. The picture's been inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found in Chief Gant's safe? Yeah, obviously. This? The handprint, isn't it? That wasn't from her pushing him. That was from him. Gant found her unconscious on the ground, smushed her hand into it to ensure there was a handprint. Fingerprints. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? Those fingerprints, they're yours. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Again, this was supposed to be a short story. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor. So, oh, what? What the fuck are you That's not how objections work! I hate this courtroom so much. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. I mean, he's not wrong. Chief Gant. Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? So, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. You were not called as a witness. You can leave. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. Or no, you already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Yes. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? I show that piece of evidence now. And it's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do? Do I think this through carefully? Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present it the one who shows who really killed him? Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence. Alright, time to finally come to show it to them. The prints have to be the Chief's. No, they're not the Chief's prints. It's a piece of leather cloth? Yes, it most certainly was cut out from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose were they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? Wait, they're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tie Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No. No. Also, she's not on trial here. Everything hinged on that. In the end, Lana was found guilty. Oh, wow. Okay, so I was just not supposed to present it. Okay, so that's 12 minutes of progress that we're going to have to work back to. Okay, well, plus side. We can't just skip ahead. A lot of this was just them talking. Zooming through. Yeah, so she begins her testimony, and then it gets cut off by Gant interrupting. Wasn't it? Oh. What do I mean? She gets to do her testimony. Oh yeah, and then we get the photograph. I might have to go to the back of it to open it, but sure, why not? Yeah, so I'm a moron who just wasn't... I thought that it was like, we're supposed to present the evidence and then be like, this is how he could have fabricated the evidence. He's using, like, he knew that the evidence existed. Okay, then this is the one where she gets interrupted by Gant, isn't it? Yep. We're gonna save here just so we don't have to go through all of that again in case we do make the wrong choice going forward, because that was a lot. The thing is, if I can seal it, then... Okay, my logic is like, if I say that I cannot show the evidence, then... What's the word for it? Or what's the words? If I say I can't, then he is forced to reveal his hand, hopefully. And then we'll be able to say, how did you know that evidence existed? Or we show the evidence. And we do something else. Yeah, I think this is the wrong choice. But... Oh yeah, so we don't want to show the evidence, that is what I'm saying. I don't have any evidence I can present at this point. What? You lie. Yeah, so what was it? We have to, like, force his hand. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was... Okay, well, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. So Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at the picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. It's going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police. How? How? Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I'm so hungry. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You were calculating that far ahead while you were forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? Yes. I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off of the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late. A long battle. Hold on, let me just make sure I do save this. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I can't show it. It goes against the rules of evidence. Too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right, think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances. I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So Edgeworth figured out my plan. So Wright, this is your only chance. Why do I lose health for that? I do have evidence to present now. I thought only the judge could take away points. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I don't want to show the leather thing. Like, I feel like it's gonna be like, nope, you were supposed to keep dicking around with it, but whatever, we'll present it. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests this be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is Emma. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? Sorry, why didn't you tell me? I feel like this was still the wrong choice and it's still gonna get me in trouble. Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall? I mean, yeah, the obvious question is like, why cut it out? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. What refutes the claw? I mean, this... I mean, based on the photo, there should be blood on that, right? But it was cut off before he was impaled. Right? Maybe? I mean, I assume it's the photograph. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. see where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Thank you for the hydration check, Puppo. Also, hi, Puppo! How's it going? How are you doing? How's your evening been? Oh, hello. You're here to find... I'm pretty sure I told you I was gonna have a short stream tonight. And it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes because it turns out A, I am very bad at solving crime in this dumb world where the chief of police gets to randomly call himself as a witness. But also, I'm very dumb. I'm glad to hear. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. It's okay, we've been known. Look, I used up all of my brain power trying to write that essay earlier. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Also, hi Kat, how's it going? How are you doing? Welcome in, I'm so glad you're going to be here for longer than 0.2 seconds. Hopefully you're going to be here to see the conclusion of this. Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through creating the very through the very act of creating this insurance, you proved you were the actual murderer. I honestly did not actually think that I didn't realize that he was going to be the murderer. He just kills people, I guess. Like, why? I mean, I guess he wanted to get a conviction over Dark, but like, I don't know. This is a bit convoluted plan to come up with on the... Like, this is... It's giving very third trial of V3, you know? Where they're just like, fuck it. I guess we're also gonna kill someone else, because... Why not? Murdering people is fun, though. That's a separate discussion. For the chief of police, it shouldn't be. Depends on the police, I guess. It's finally all over. Wait, is it actually over? Yep, he's gonna object again. Oh, that's a new expression for him. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. Future allegations. Seriously, what is this? Yeah, you look like the least guilty person in this courtroom. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. Your Honor, I say no, I didn't murder. Literally, that's what he's doing. He's like, just kidding, the evidence can't actually be here. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time has come for me to reveal my plan. Bitch, I'm glad you've got a plan. At this point, I have no fucking plan. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? You purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Okay. Bitch, I don't know what side anyone is on anymore. Edgeworth is supposed to be the prosecutor who, like, hates to lose, but I think he's kind of on the defensive side. Like, it's reminding me of a clip from this fucking Dropout show. Dropout has a show called Dirty Laundry, where, like, they try and lie to convince, or everyone has to submit a bunch of their secrets, and then they have to try and convince everyone else that they weren't theirs, and try and, like, you get points if you guess correctly, you get points if you can get no one to guess you. And there's a point where someone, like, their thing is, I dated 3 magicians, and everyone guesses who it was. And when it comes time to actually, like, submit your accusations, she's like, I don't know who, and someone is like, just guess yourself and get the point. And she's like, I guess myself. And Brendan Lee Mulligan is like, what are the rules? It's her, but what are the rules? It kind of feels like with Edgeworth, this whole time it's just been me being like, what are the rules? Purposefully and illegally conceal this piece of cloth. I didn't purposefully or illegally conceal this piece of cloth. At the time, it was not relevant evidence. I submitted it once it became relevant. I admit I refused to submit it at I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I mean, it's this. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were found on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Yeah, there's 2 laws of evidence. Sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No. Oh no, I can't believe I've done it. I've done myself in. It was then that you approved this cloth. That's conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Oh yeah, he's the chief of police. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. To be fair, there's a lot going on there. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. You murdered his brother. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. By the way, just keep in mind, this guy is pretending to be a cowboy. We have not done his Western accent for like 3 streams or something at this point, but please, you've got to help me. Also, keep in mind, I cannot do a Southern or a West country accent. I don't know what accent this is. Some bullshit. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Bill Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. I love this. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. Keep in mind, there's a security camera in this room the whole time, and apparently just didn't record this. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. A cursed knife. Stabby stab. I have to record and edit this video. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she has as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. What bad having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, so what happened was he phoned Edgeworth, told him to come pick up a screwdriver from an unrelated case, so that Edgeworth would bring his car there. Then, once Edgeworth was in there, you know, picking up the screwdriver from his evidence locker, completely unrelated to all of this, Gant snuck down with the body, stuffed it in Edgeworth's trunk, then Edgeworth drove his car back to the prosecutor's office, didn't realize the thing was in there, and then Lana Sky, who had been called by Gant, went down, picked up the corpse from the trunk, and that was when, yeah. And then she was like, oh, the knife that's in here, this is the knife from the SL9 case. Can't have that being found out. So she took the knife out of the wound, replaced it with just a random knife that conveniently happened to be in Edgeworth's trunk and matched, and then wrapped the SL9 knife in her scarf or her muffler, stuffed it in the car's muffler, and then was found by Angel Star. It's all very simple. There's a reason why this definitely didn't take me like 8 hours. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Yeah, you should have maybe committed fewer murders as you're in your role of high-ranking detective and then chief of police. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. You've said it before, but you have also not spelled it correctly once. which makes it funnier. Especially because on Twitch it says the word. Anyways, that's not important. It is just funny. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. I'm not good at English. Language. I do think it is very funny that the people who most consistently make typos in my chat are you and Apollo, who are both Anglophones, and meanwhile I don't feel like we get them from the people who like. Who else wouldn't? I mean, Hermano is German. Still generally doesn't make the typos. Anglophones? Yes, people who speak English. As opposed to Francophones, people who speak French. I don't really know if there are versions of that for how, I don't know how many other languages have that. But yeah. Actually, wait, I don't know if that's more, I guess that's probably not a common term in the States as much. Because those you guys wouldn't really have as much of a need for it. I mean, like, it would be a term, obviously, but, like, maybe not one that matters as much, I guess? I don't know. But yeah, Anglophone is for people who speak English. Francophone would be people who speak French. I'm sure there's versions of it for, like, Spanish or for German, whatever else, but anyways. One day you'll understand. Yeah, in places where, like, in places where speaking English is, like, so default no one thinks about it, wouldn't come up. But Canada has enough, obviously, English-French stuff that the term Anglophone would be more commonly used, I think. Like in LA. I don't think it would be in LA either, because, like, it's specifically in a political context is kind of the thing. And I feel like, honestly, Americans would just say English speakers. Because I don't really know. Again, wait, hold on. Anglo. Hispanophone is apparently the word. Or Hispanophonic, Hispanophone, etc. Objection. Hi, Kiefer. Hispanophone. Yeah, that would be the word for someone who apparently speaks Spanish, compared to Anglophone and Francophone. But again, I feel like, honestly, Hispanophone just sounds like a word that doesn't really sound as good, I guess. So you just, like, wouldn't use it as much. And also, there's not, like, legal protections in place for people who speak Spanish. The United States, or Canada is unique in the sense that Canada only has officially 2 languages. The United States has English, I think, is its only official language, and almost every country usually only has one. Like, I think, or else they have no official language, just a default language. Like, in Brazil, I think Portuguese is the official language, or either officially or unofficially. Anyways, that's beside the point. In a country where it doesn't matter if someone is an Anglophone on a legal level, because that's the only language that matters, then there. But in Canada, you have to have questions about, like, is the Prime Minister a Francophone? That was mostly too big to actually checked. In the United States, well, I mean, like, there are lots of languages spoken, but officially, wait. Oh yeah, the US does not have an official language. Well, some states do officially recognize English. Canada. Since the establishment of the Canadian state, English and French have been the co-official languages and are by far the most officially, or the most spoken. Anyways, this is all a tangent. This doesn't matter. We'll get back to this. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Wait, sorry. I need to fact check that. That is kind of hilarious. Are they the official languages or just... Oh, they are. Spanish and 36 indigenous languages. There's actually more. There's not 34. According to Britannica, Spanish and 36 indigenous languages are official in Bolivia per the 2009 constitution. Previously, only Spanish, Aymara, and Quechua were official languages of the country. Many Indians, particularly in the cities, markets, and towns, speak... Wow, Indians. Proportion of Roman Catholics has decreased, etc., etc. Interesting. So I guess... Because that is a thing in some of the territories in Canada, or I think in all three of the territories, I believe. Oh, okay, so the Northwest Territories and Nunavut are the only two that recognize official indigenous languages alongside French and English. Inuktitut in Nunavut and in Northwest Territories, there are 9 others. Oh, I'm gonna have to check on this really quickly. Oh, it's up here. Okay, so there is... Yeah, so in the north, or in English, or no, Inuktitut, or yeah, Inuktitut is spoken in Nunavut, and in Northwest Territories there's Cree, Denisoline, or Chippewan, Dene, Yeti, Zeti, which is also a slave or Slavey language, Gwich'in, Inuinnaqtun. God, I'm so bad at these. Okay, so I'm going off on a whole ass tangent here. This isn't really important. There aren't very many places that recognize indigenous languages, though, and certainly I don't think to the extent Bolivia does. Sorry, we're here. This is the end of the trial. This is supposed to be over probably like 5 minutes. I'm sorry too, David Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. I don't really get what his deal is anymore. Okay, do we finally find Lana's guy not guilty? There are 2 things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have. For a rookie. Huh? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Looks like the first time she smiled in all of this. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. You ain't just whistling Dixie. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. I technically win. I've gotten my defendant charged with a whole bunch of other crimes. But the one that I was responsible for defending her from, I did get her off of. So, unbeaten record. Even though technically I guess Edgeworth was found guilty in the case where I was defending him. But that case was then undone immediately, so I don't think I may or may not have lost, we'll see. At long last, it's finally over. Emma! Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. You can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. She didn't thank Emma. Is that what Emma's upset about? You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh. Are you here again because of my sister? Nope, not this time. Hey, I'm here today because of you, pal. Me? That's right, I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know? Well, I won't tell if you don't. Emma, I owe you an apology. Okay, sis, don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. Now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. Hey, Fluffle! Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, the stream has been going really good. I mean, I have been very bad at this case and it has gone on much longer than intended, but it's been a good time. I hope you're doing well too. I hope we've had a good evening. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Aww. They get a hugging scene? Yes, they do. Aww. That's what they deserve. No one can change the past. Excuse me. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching these two sisters make up. Oh, shit. Hi, Zagrox. Welcome in, Raiders, you caught it. We just finished up a trial. Hold on, I'll do the shout out. Yes. Oh god, I'm pressing wrong buttons. But thank you very much for the raid, I really do appreciate it. Oh god, is the shout out gonna work? It is gonna work, thank god. Oh, you were also playing Ace Attorney. How was it? How are you doing? Were you having good luck with your cases? Because I was not. I struggled for the entirety of the last 4 hours. Thank you for the follow, Ripley Boo. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, Idle Escapist, Ripley Boo, Nif Taco. Thank you, everybody. Aswara. Thank you for the follow, Idle Escapist. Yes, it's been a raid. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. So, I need to get some sort of a script for this. I'm still bad at it. My name is Viveros. I'm a variety streamer. Do all kinds of things. We've been playing Ace Attorney. Thank you for the follow, Asabora. So let me know if I'm saying anyone's names wrong. I am very illiterate. But yeah, I'm a variety streamer. I do a bunch of stuff. We've been playing Disco Elysium, Baldur's Gate, Persona 4 Golden, obviously Ace Attorney, Overwatch, and I also make video essays over on YouTube. In fact, as soon as the stream is done, I'm going to be going to grind my way through another video essay because I procrastinated and one is supposed to be coming out tomorrow. So if you're interested in video essays, primarily about Overwatch, but about media in general, you can find all of those over there. Also, if you would like to catch up on previous games, you can find those over on the VoD's channel. Also, lastly, before I finish this, or continue, I guess, with this, I will say, Zachariox, if you need to get some rest, get some food, get some water, be sure to go do that. Self-care is important. To know after the stream it can be a bit exhausting. Yeah, staying at your progress. Look, I had a whole idea, you know, I'll talk about it after this is done. I'll tell you about what happened with the video. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and I think we just need to get to the end of this case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all that you've done. Also, I don't know if you can tell, I'm very caffeinated even though it is 11 PM, because I do need to stay up all night to get that video done, so we're talking a little fast. Speedy talking. Oh god, why is this broken now? Sure, we'll meet again someday, isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. It's playing video as well, voice acting too. Oh, nice! I have been trying to voice act them all myself, and I am not a voice actor. So we have had some interesting characterizations. Not good, but certainly interesting, I would say. Also, which case were you on? Because I was, it would actually, now that you mention that, it sounds like that would be really fun to kind of go through it and have people or voice acting all the bits. Maybe for a futures game that would be fun to do. Because yeah, I've been, what was it? We gave, is it Dee Vasquez? She had a horrendous French accent. That was fun. We gave Mr. Cowboy in this vaguely Western accent. It's been a whole disaster. Oh my god, he's so pouty. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Is someone gonna tell him to stop? Nope. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. I despise criminals. I feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I will say, I'm pretty sure that he has been going it alone for long enough that I feel like he should, but whatever. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. They both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something neither Edgeworth or I would have been able to find on our own. I think it's this. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. I really don't think she's still a Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what'll you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, Mr. Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Alright, Slaughter. I don't think there's actually any physical interaction happening between them right there. I think the game just sometimes uses those sound effects for slaps and just uses them here for whatever. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn, and some catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. That is an adorable duck. I didn't really mention that earlier when we got the first bit. Or the first book, the one about the rules of evidence, but like, the duck is adorable and I want 3 of them. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Oh, it will forever come across as awkward and weird and stilted to call someone sis, or bro, when they're like your sister or brother. That's not how people talk. 100% yourself. I mean, yes, that's true, but the whip... Somebody... Wasn't it Von Karma who uses the whip? No, Von Karma threw coffee. Well, I think Von Karma has a sister that you also see at some point who uses a whip. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Yeah, right, got it right. No, we haven't met the sister yet. I think it's in a future game. I've just seen clips of it. But as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But... I thought you said it was okay. Well, it may be okay with me, but the folks in the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it was not cheap either. Why are you doing this? Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. Excuse me? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? What? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Yeah, Gumshoe was like, what if I bribe someone with someone else's money? Why? Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. And I guess that's the note that we end on. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. You know the kind of people they have at that prosecutor's office. Honestly, it's a shock that it didn't go up, or that you didn't go up in their estimation. Be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Aw, that's at least sweet. Yeah, she's still wearing her outfit. Also, why, like, you're a prosecutor. Why do you have all those medals? Like, even if you got them from when you were a detective. But, yeah. Yeah, because I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. And it just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. I wonder how long it's gonna be. Oh god, not you. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. Yes. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. I'm going to shoot him. That fucking siren noise. I think they kind of are. I think you can be a bear and a himbo, but I usually associate himbo with like... Oh. Okay, followed by Blue Badger. I feel like I associate himbo too much with looking like a... looking muscular. Whereas I think with a bear there's a level of like body fat and hairiness. I guess you can be a himbo and a hairy. But, I don't know. You can give Bambino a smile. Make sure Billy and the gang get their water. I appreciate, honestly, that this case is probably going to put you in a position where, like... looks like you won't be seeing each other for a while. Farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. That sounds disgusting. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Yeah, like, there's a part of me that feels like it would be wrong to say they're mutually exclusive altogether, but the overlap is small. Never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. I feel like when I think of bears, I usually think of people who are, like, decently smart. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think of bears as being dumb or nice. Like, I guess I associate bears with a level of, like, worldliness or, like, awareness or intelligence that I don't associate with himbos, and I find it hard to reconcile it to. But that might just be me making associations that aren't inherent to being a bear. Like this. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Alright. Well, see you around, Nick. I'd say bears are, like, they have a good level of self-awareness. And so they're accurately assessing the way that they should perceive themselves in the situation. And I don't think himbos have that kind of self-awareness. Glad it's you. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Is he being subpoenaed? And if so, for what? Sorry, we're just waiting for the credits to roll down because we can't even, like, fast forward or skip them. So we might as well just talk about, I guess, bears and himbos. I'm never getting this video. I'm never going to... What's the... My sleep is never going to recover from the all-nighter I'm about to have to pull. A little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Yeah, there's a photo hidden in here. Or a letter, I guess? Oh, no, it's a photo, but it's in an envelope. And the bait and switch. Aw, that's cute. Also, I'm a very impatient person and it's taking a little while. Okay, finally. Got the achievement, Rise from the Ashes. Clear episode 5 of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Lana went to jail because she's been committing just a shitload of crimes. She did not commit this murder, or the other murder, but she did help stage at least one murder. And... yeah, she was doing a lot. Oh, okay, so I guess... oh, yeah, because they're separate games, so I guess... oh shit, I'll need to make different thumbnails for all of these, won't I? Alright, so the first one is Ace Attorney. Next one that we're gonna have to start is Justice for All. And then we'll do Trials and Tribulations after that. God, we've played so much of these games already. Anyways. Yeah, have fun. We're not doing it today, we'll do it some point down the road. I'm not sure exactly when. For now, though, we're gonna put an end to this overly long stream. This was supposed to be a short stream. This is the longest stream I think I've actually done in a hot minute, because I think I think Baldur's Gate went on for like 5 hours, didn't it? Like during the Donathon, they were all 4-hour streams, give or take. Yeah, Baldur's Gate went on for 4.5 hours last time too. Disco Elysium was 4 hours. Overwatch was 2 hours. Against the Storm was 2 hours and 53 minutes. Anyways, whatever, that's not the important bit. The important bit is that we are at the end of this. Thank you everybody for watching, whether you're here for some of it, all of it, bits and pieces, etc, etc. I hope you enjoyed. Tomorrow, there's going to be a new video on the channel. Which, just to reiterate, for anyone who does not follow, is here. I'm very excited about it. It is going to be about... actually, you know what? Let me just... you know what, we're just going to turn on the games audio, because it's a lot. The video is going to be about... what did I title it again? I believe the title was... the biggest narrative problem with Overwatch, I think. Yeah, the biggest narrative problem for Overwatch. So what happened was, the original video for this week was going to be why Blizzard's communication is going to kill Overwatch. That's a video I wanted to make for a long ass time. Really focused on discussing what happened with PvE and like their announcements about that in May, where they were like, we're kind of canceling it. And then everyone got mad at them, and then it turned out like they weren't canceling it. They were still doing PvE stuff, it just wasn't exactly what they planned. And like they really fucked it up. And kind of going through all of their communication where they don't communicate things clearly. And the thing is, BlizzCon happened. And it felt like it would be a rough time to say like that their communication sucked, because for once it's on track. Like, this BlizzCon is legitimately the first time I think in the entire, like I was a day one Overwatch. I downloaded Overwatch 1 on the day one. This is the first time that I've seen like I have never been to BlizzCon because I'm poor, but I have watched a lot of BlizzCons, and this is the first time where they have not only demonstrated like communicated anything clearly, but communicated so far in advance clearly. They've communicated not just who the current hero is, Malga. They haven't just communicated, you know, a few things about what they're planning. They've established we have a whole plan for our battle pass teams. We have a whole plan for XYZ. Everything except for PvE. They did not talk about PvE as from what I saw, so that's concerning. But they talked about Venture. They talked about Space Ranger. I still can't remember what the name. I keep on thinking it's Space Cadet. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So that topic's kind of going to get reworked, I'm thinking, because I want to talk about when they've done their communication right and wrong, and that would really have fit. So instead, the topic got changed to something I kind of want to talk about based on the last one. Yeah, more PvE coming, but not, yeah, and considering how long they've sometimes gone off the rails with that, it's hard to really make a case. So for the video, it's going to be focused more on characters who really have nothing to do with Overwatch, because that's something that did come out of BlizzCon, is Malga, Venture, and Space Ranger, whatever the fuck, have nothing to do with Overwatch's story. And it was something I kind of talked about in last week's video about the right and wrong ways to use your characters, because Overwatch has a lot of characters who have nothing to do with the story and are not really being used well. And so the video is going to be talking about characters who have nothing to do with the story, and how Blizzard's approach to releasing heroes who have nothing to do with anything is really dumb and really bad for the game. Not that the characters are bad, but that the approach of just introducing someone in all of this is bad. And kind of getting into why that exists and all that sort of stuff. It's going to be a fun one. I'm very excited about it. It's one of the videos where, like, as I was writing it, I kind of found the point I was going to try and make with it, which to me are always my favorite videos, where I like start with a relatively simple thing and then I'm like, oh, I know what I'm going to make this about. Plus I get to bitch about just-in-time manufacturing, which is forever a stupid thing that I remember from when I studied econ, but that's beside the point. Anyways, once this stream is over, which by the way, we're going to raid out to someone, don't worry, we'll find someone. Once this stream is over, I'm going to go get some food, because I realize I have not really eaten much today, if at all. I mean, I ate half of a Reese's bar. That doesn't really count as food. I'm going to eat some food, then I'm going to record the audio for it, then I'm going to be editing it, and hopefully uploading it, passing out for a little bit. Then I'll be uploading the video at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, and then what's the plan from there? Going live with Overwatch around, I think, 5 p.m. my time is when it's scheduled. I don't know anymore. Anyways, that's the plan. I'm very excited about it. Yeah, for now, might as well end the VoD, I guess, here and say thank you everyone who's watching the VoD. I really hope you enjoyed this, and I will see you soon.